Hello everybody, good morning. This is Nate. Thanks for joining me on my little YouTube Twitch stream, Nate Flies. And today we are going to further redeem ourselves with some good landings, hopefully. And we're flying out in some of my favorite part of the United States. So join me today and hopefully we will continue to improve. Enjoy some King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. See you in about 5-10 minutes. Hello again. Welcome. Everybody, every nobody, maybe somebody. My name is Nate. This is Nate Flies. I'm just a guy who really likes flight simulation. And the idea with this stream is that I am trying to get better flying these big airliners. And to do that, you need to practice. And I've put some really bad performances on tape lately. But today, we're going to try and make up for it. And we'll listen to our buddy Stu here. We wing it, but we try and do it professionally. All right. Good morning once again. So we did better yesterday than we did the day before, and that's all you can ask for. So we've had some bad landings, but we had a positive one. Speaking of positive rate of landing. But in any case, hello, my name is Nate. The idea with this stream is that during the pandemic, I got a little cabin fever. I think they call that COVID. And I was missing traveling, and so Microsoft Flight Simulator came out, and it was one of my... I really started enjoying it. I couldn't believe how far flight simulators have come since I always enjoyed them. And I started just trying to learn how to fly these things sort of real. They're complicated, and I'm interested in aviation, so I thought, hey, let's try and do this. So I've really enjoyed it, and like anyone else, if you want to learn how to do something these days, you jump on YouTube, and I found some really excellent resources. Chief among them, Blackbox 711, really great real-world pilot who has excellent tutorials and just a really great guy, excellent teacher, and you can really pick up a lot from watching his streams. So I started doing that and learning slowly but surely, and what inspired this stream besides him was that I started to, once I started to get a little better, which is to say, you know, I started noticing how much stuff I was doing wrong, but I didn't really even know how much I was doing wrong. So I started recording these flights on OBS and watching them back, and once I was doing that, I could see all the big mistakes I was making. There I am. And it was really, really helpful, and I think I ended up improving a lot, but there's still a lot to go. So the idea with this stream is I started recording and watching these back, and then I decided, well, I might as well try and combine this with my other favorite thing, which is talking to random people from around the world. I've met a lot of great people through the flight sim community, and so it's been a real a joy for me here. So, yeah, thanks for coming along. And what we're up to today is, man, we're doing a real meat and potatoes thing today. This is like early morning. I got my coffee. We're running FedEx ops from Southern California, FedEx hub in Ontario to Phoenix. We're coming back. We might even do a Las Vegas run and back. We got to get some landings under our belt. and that's the idea. So what I end up doing today is I'm going to start from a cold and dark state in an aircraft, this beautiful FedEx 757, and I am in even more beautiful XP12, my simulator of choice these days. And yeah, I'm a flight sim enthusiast, hobbyist. I love talking flight sim stuff. So if anyone wants to come and join and chat about flight sim or the Earth and whatnot, well, I'm here for you. So we will get going in a sec. Let me just say a quick hello to my buddy Santa Owns in the chat, who's my top pupil right now. Well, not my top pupil. He's my most dedicated. But a random new guy came the other day and got the gold star for the stream. So by showing me what I do wrong. So the other thing too, backseat piloting, please. If you see me do stuff wrong, help, because that is the whole point of this. So I even ended up going back and watching our good stream. So Santa, how you doing? I'm glad to see you. Feel free to hang out, say hello, lurk, whatever you got to do. But even watching kind of some of that back, I made some big mistakes. And we are really proud of ourselves, and I am happy. I'm going to say we upgraded from the Flint, Michigan to Indianapolis run, and now we're out west in California, and we got to put a couple good performances on tape again so that we can keep moving up in the world, and then maybe I can fly my precious Tampa Bay Rays back on their next flight. Yeah, so Santa says he has bad training from his teacher. And yeah, so, one thing about this stream, I talk through how to operate this aircraft, but I really have no idea what I'm talking about. So please, I'm having fun. I like to be, I'm trying to be serious to an extent on this stream. But as you can see, there's lots of buttons. I say the wrong thing a lot. I don't even know I'm saying the wrong thing, and that's why I watch the stream. I'll call something, by its incorrect nomenclature in pilot speak. But the idea is to just try and get kind of in a good enough state that we can get these things going. And so I am in my favorite actual aircraft in real life, the Boeing 757. I think it's a beautiful aircraft. I think it's kind of from a cool era in aviation history, as it were. This is like a 35-year-old aircraft. And as you can see, there's lots of buttons. It's extremely complicated, but we will make our way through it using checklists and charts and the whole works. So I do this very professionally. I like to make fun of myself and the whole process, but big respect to pilots. The whole idea here is that I'm a big believer in simulation, and this is self-improvement through flight simulation. If you can do it in the sim, then you know what, you can't do it in real life, but by God, at least you can dream. So we're in a cold and dark aircraft, and I'm going to get started here. So first things first, I go up to the overhead panel, and what I like to do when I'm going through this is I talk through my process. Again, just because when I watch these back, I get to hear all the things I do wrong that I say, and all the things that, yeah, because it is still starting. Yeah, no, thank you. I love backseat driving. I need a co-pilot. Santa, you're my co-pilot today, and at least for the part that you're here. So yeah, stream has officially started. Let's go. So thank you anybody else for tuning in too. So without further ado, let's get this bad boy going. And Santa, you don't turn everything on all at once. All right, you got to hold your horses a little bit here. Battery. There you go. First things first, battery on. I throw the standby power to auto, and we do have ground power, so I'm just going to go ahead and jump right into our ground power, turn the bus ties on. That kind of hooks up the power to the rest of the aircraft. And first things first too, I'm going to align our IRS. And it tells our aircraft where it is in space, because that takes a minute. And I'm going to go ahead and throw on a couple things that are usually, I think, always on in these aircraft. In the Boeings, I think your left and right engine hydraulics, and then your left and right engine bleeds are kind of always just set to on in most of the other ones. So I'm going to do that. Going through my overhead panel, we got some emergency lights on. I'm not going to worry about anything up here yet. We will start fueling in a moment. I'm going to turn a light on to let the ground crew know that we're getting ready. Turn on some window heats, even though we don't really have any in this aircraft. We do not have to deal with passengers today. I specifically have 0 passengers. And so smoke them if you got them, folks. No seatbelts today. Let's set our pressurization panel so we don't pass out while we're flying. Auto 1. And today we are flying, so to give you a little geographical awareness, once we go set it up in the computer, we are in beautiful, the San Bernardino Valley here, just outside of LA. Ontario is a FedEx hub. So we are flying our beautiful FedEx 757. This is a very real life route. So we're going to be flying from Los Angeles to Phoenix, and then hopefully getting the aircraft reloaded and flying back Phoenix to Los Angeles. So we'll be doing a proper little rotation today. And then depending on how we're doing on time, I may even try and fly up to Las Vegas, which is a really cool airport to fly into. I love the US Southwest, so if I can I'm doing a couple little ventures out into the US Southwest today. And so that's what we're up to today. I can show you on Navigraph. We will be doing this routing, and so I'm going to show you how to plug this into the computer as best I can, and then we will fly this thing and try and land. And we've got charts, we've got a flight plan, we got all the good stuff. So that's what we will be doing today. And one thing I was going to check is in AviTab here, I can go to the charts, and Phoenix elevation, airport elevation I have to put in is, where are you? So yeah, we have to read charts and all that good stuff. I think we're landing runway 8. So 1,000 feet and change. So Santa, we did great yesterday, but I kind of looked at some things. There's some things I'm not happy about. So that's why we've been sent to the Cactus League in the Southwest here. And we got to really put in. We're doing 2-a-days today. All right, that's good enough stuff up here for now. I'm going to go ahead and do some quick cockpit preparations and fly around here. So we always take a nice big breath of oxygen. I'm going to come down here, start setting up some panels. I want this to be on Barrow. I want my co-pilot to also be on Barrow. I like him zoomed out. That's the wrong thing. Zoomed out. Let's go auto here. Our VORs, auto here. Set the computer to center. And now I am going to go ahead and start setting up the... Oh, we got a ding. Oh, did you really? I didn't think we got dings when we're in the cargo. But what I want to do is load the aircraft. So we'll go into airplane, operations, ground. I've already set up our weights, so let's go load. Loading the plane, please wait. Awesome. And let's fly down into... So did you land in this thing? Did you get this bad boy down? In at least a piece? Because this is a formidable aircraft. All right, well, it was down. That's what matters. If it didn't explode, then that's what matters second. So we are going to jump into our flight plan here and set up our flight computer. So I am going to... Good, I'm glad it... Oh yeah, you went around too? Did you... Was it a planned go around? So we are in a 757. We've got our lovely Rolls-Royce engines on this thing today, which I like more than the Pratt & Whitneys, I think. So we got a good database. Go to our position in it, and we are in Ontario, California. Kilo Oscar November Tango. One thing I have to work on too is I noticed my kilos and my Charlies I say incorrectly a lot on the stream, so I got to work on that. So Kilo Oscar November Tango. Let's grab the GPS position and line that up with the IRS. So go to our route. We are in Ontario International, and we are going to Phoenix, lovely Phoenix. Kilo Papa Hotel X-ray, and we are FedEx 4622 flight number. All right, let's go to our departures and arrivals. So here's what we're up to today. So we are, here we go. So we are at the FedEx hub is over here. We'll be taking off, do I have, look at my stuff. We'll be taking off 26 left today over here. So that is our little, we'll be eventually when we taxi, basically taking November whiskey full length. And today on the departure, so we'll be doing that 26 left, or excuse me, 26 left. And on the Raji 4 departure and the meatball transition, one thing I love about aviation flight simulation, I like trying to figure out what all the waypoints are named after. So we got a meatball here. All right, route, activate, execute. Let's go to the next page. I'm going to type in some more of our routing here. So up here we can see what our actual routing is. So from the meatball, we are going to scenery, Charlie. So Charlie, not Kilo, November, Echo, Romeo, Yankee. And, well, I'm pretty sure I don't even have to type in Bravo Lima Hotel, because that's going to be, I'm going to execute that on our arrivals. Go back to the index on our arrivals. The Hydra 1 transition Bravo Lima Hotel, and we will be landing today runway 8, and so we'll just take the ILS 8. And I don't think I picked any transition today. I think we can just go to final. So I'm going to execute that. Awesome. And so let's quickly look at our flight plan here. Although the IRS is not quite aligned yet. So let me reset my EFIS panel. The other thing I like about Flight Sim, I got a bunch of like WinWing gear out here in the quote unquote real world in front of me here. And so I really enjoy being boys with toys. You get to buy lots of neat toys for this. So this is looking a little funky just because it's the IRS isn't lined up yet. So but I am going to go to our legs page and just kind of step through a little bit here to make sure things are looking okay. Okay, so Soli, Raji, Eldo. And then let me just close this discontinuity here. So I'm going to grab Bravo Lima Hotel VOR on our scratch pad, move it up, and execute. Up through a little more, looking roughly correct. So we'll double check this again, but at least it looks like we have some legitimate kind of flight plan in. So awesome. So we got that going. Next thing is I want to look across our panel here. And now that we got the routing, I want to set a couple things up here. So let's look at a chart about how we actually get out of here today. So here we are, the Raji 4. We are taking off 26 left. So we're going to be climbing on heading 258. So on our panel here, I'm going to set heading 258. Love the analog gauges. The 258, we got to climb left direct across solely at or above 4,000. So we'll want to check that in our thing. Transition, Dinty and Mallet transition, 15,000. Maintain. So we actually don't have either of those transitions. Those must be the ones over LA. So they want you to get, yeah. But we just have to let's worry about getting up to Raji, and then we're heading out this way to Meatball. So we'll want to be above 13,000. Let's go ahead and punch in 7,000 as our altitude. And this will be, looks like a good old fashioned, let's get our flight directors on. And this will be a LNAV, VNAV takeoff, which will, again, our IRS isn't lined up. We'll get there in a sec. So we got that. Santa says it didn't VNAV down to slow down for the approach. It was good just to, yeah. Usually when I first started, everything fast, everything high. So you live life fast and high, you get in trouble. And yeah, you gotta, this plane, especially if you're in the 7.5, it really wants to balloon up when you're landing. So you gotta trim down pretty aggressively. All right, so the next thing we do is that we have kind of a flight plan in here. Go to our init ref, and if the plane, I took a huff of oxygen by accident. If the plane is loaded, looks like it is, you can go ahead and what's nice in the computer, just grab the ground weight, and that is indeed the fuel we have planned. And so the reserves today are 6.6. And the cruise is 350. So we're actually going to get up there. We'll have to climb pretty quickly. This is a very short flight. So I picked all this because I want to try and get in a bunch of takeoffs and landings today, and this is the best way to do it. Cost index 23, price of fuel effect, essentially. So how aggressively you're going to be using fuel on the flight. So 203 at 9. It's not too windy. That's good for us. Let's go ahead and do our takeoff calculations. And we can use the built-in SimBrief calculator because you don't have a performance calculator here. Excuse me for one. So let's punch in our performance. So we got a flaps 5 landing today, or a takeoff today. Thrust is the D rate 45. And I don't know why I don't get my DTO. I want to do a takeoff 1. I've been trying the other day, but that's just climb 1. It's not giving me the actual takeoff DTO. Center of gravity is set there, and our V1 speed today 146. So that's where we have to decide to commit to the takeoff or hit the brakes. 147 is when we actually take off, and then our V2 speed is 149er. That's the kind of lowest we can go on one engine. So our pre-flight is complete. Open this up. 149 in the speed window there. So our MCP panel is looking all nice. Let's go over to our co-pilot side, give that person the legs page, and we'll stay on our takeoff page. So, all right, we're doing it. We're feeling pretty good here. Is the IRS aligned yet? I think so. All right, cool. So if I went to our legs, it looks like we have our LNAV, VNAV stuff all in there. All right, awesome. So we want to be 4,000 above at 7,000, 13,000 above. All right, good. So our first couple waypoints look all good. I wonder why it's not drawing in. Or I guess that's just a very... All right, so we got a real tight turn right coming out of this thing. All right, LNAV, VNAV. All right, awesome. We're getting really close here. I'm gonna go ahead and fire up the APU now. Auxiliary power unit. Yeah, you were in the 757. Didn't know about trimming. Oh yeah, yeah. That's important in this thing. Oh yeah, people are saying that the new F-14 and DCS is awesome. Actually, the beeping from your throttle. Yeah, no, this thing will bark at you plenty. Oh wow, we actually have mostly balanced fuel today. It hasn't been doing that for me. Okay, so one thing I can do real quick to keep us on track is do some checklists. So we can do our quick little pre-flight. So we did huff some oxygen. I did look at our flight instruments. Everything's looking good. So let's perform. Parking brake is set. Fuel switches are cut off. Gear pins are removed. Next will be our before start checklist. So let's go ahead and fire up the auxiliary power unit. I'm going to turn another light on to warn people. And we can enjoy the auxiliary power unit starting up. We love looking up backsides of airplanes on this stream. So take it in. One thing I do need to do is crank up or I need to see what the sound packs are for this aircraft, because the engines are a little underwhelming. But yeah, here's the APU. It's a little turbine engine in the back, sucks in air here, and it'll supply pressurized air and electricity for our aircraft once we get off ground power. And we can watch that down here. Here it is, the exhaust gas temperatures spooling up. Things are looking good. All right. So now that the APU is on or running, we can go ahead and turn it on, connect the utility buses, turn our packs, air conditioning on, open up the isolation valve, and then turn the APU bleed air on. And you'll hear this puppy start humming. Beautiful. So now that that's done too, I'm also going to disconnect the ground power. And then we can free ourselves from the umbilical cord. So let's go ahead and close all the doors. Go to ground. We can get rid of stairs, luggage, fuel truck, the loader unit. I am 100%. So anyone who has this add-on, don't ever turn off the the GPU from here first. You got to turn it off here, then disconnect it. Otherwise, you'll crash the sim. And you know what? Let's get rid of chocks and let's get even our pushback
Hey,
guy
Captain,
started.
let me know where you want this thing.
And I believe we're heading this way, so let's have him push us back all the way to here.
Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
All right, great news. Yeah, Santa, when I first started this adventure in flight simulation, and it's like during the pandemic, so my wife's working from home, everyone's working from home. I'm not using headphones in the other room, and I'm just a beeping nightmare. Well, just everything is constantly going off. Get these armrests out of the way. We'll do a standard squawk. Okay, so I'm still just sort of practicing and stuff today. I'm not going on VATSIM, so which is kind of one of the big draws of this hobby for me. So I'm really excited about getting better at this.
Looks like the doors
so
and
that
hatches are closed and we're ready to connect.
I can fly on VATSIM, which is a global ATC network, and kind of have my bearings a little bit. So I'm gonna turn the route data on here, and I'll give our guy airports. Let me zoom in a little. Excuse me. A little more. So it's not totally overloaded there. All right, so cool. We got the tow connected. We are about ready. Oh, the mask of shame I accidentally put on. We hopefully will not have to put the mask of shame on. Yeah, one of the early lessons you learn in these aircraft is when you're doing
Welcome
something
aboard,
wrong,
Captain. Tow's connected.
because they do not like to let
Go
you
and
do
kill the
things
parking
wrong.
brake when you're ready to go.
So let's do some stuff. I'll get the hydraulics on after pushback. Let's get our fancy Rolls Royce things going. Set these to auto. Fuel pumps can come on. I have this barely little bit of fuel here, which we don't have to worry about. Mostly slaw. All right, things are looking good up here. I feel pretty ready. I'll get the yaw dampers and hydraulics on after we're pushed back. All right, cool. Let's go engine page and let's do a checklist. Very professionally here. So yeah, we have fun on this stream, but I'm also trying to, you know, if you're gonna do something, do it right, as they say. Oh yeah, for the Rolls-Royce engines, you do have to do a couple of this stuff. Don't touch this one, pass oxygen, that or ram air turb. Those will drop the masks, and this there's a ram turbine engine when your aircraft, when you're like going down, you can pump out this little ram turbine engine that comes out of the bottom of the plane to just try and give you a little bit of power before you die. So fuel is checked. Passenger signs we don't care about today. Windows are locked. The MCP is all set up. I like how that's looking. The takeoff thrust, we've got everything checked. Takeoff speeds are checked. CDU pre-flight is complete. Rudder aileron trim was set. Taxi takeoff briefing. We can do just a quick one here. So we will be pushing back. Let's take Charlie, November, Whiskey, cross runway 26 right, Whiskey, and we will line up 26 left and take off. And then for the actual takeoff, LNAV, VNAV, and we'll just let the plane do it. And for Santa's sake, I am going to go autopilot like right away. 400 feet is, I think, when I'm allowed. So that's what we're doing. All right, cool. Before start, checklist is complete. I'm pretty sure Homeboy said to just remove the auto brake, or remove the parking brake, and he'll start pushing us back. So let's do that.
Here comes the pushback. Light them up.
All right, we will be lighting them up. So let's go up top here. I realized I didn't turn, so another thing, I'm pretty sure for the Rolls Royce, you do have to still turn your packs off to start this bad boy up. So let's go engine one today. So we will watch, this is a 3-stage turbine engine. We'll watch N2, N3 start spooling up. When that gets to about 20%, we'll add fuel. All right, here comes fuel. And there we go. Exhaust gas temperatures, so... Okay. Thank you, pushback guy. This is twice they've screwed us. In as many days. What an absolute schmuck. Here we go. So where are we going now? Can you push me forward something, guy? All right, the joys of flight simulation. Better pushback has not been better for me these days. So we'll see what happens here. Maybe if I pump the brakes. Oh, hold on. I think he's trying to take us somewhere. We'll see what keeps happening now. Oh no, he's pushing us further into the shit. Oh my god. thank you, bro. Oh, thank you for this. This is fantastic. This is just exactly what I wanted to start the day. So I'm sorry for breaking all your immersion. Let's start another engine because we're gonna have to really get ourselves out of here. All right, set that to ground. Let's get this second part going. Although maybe he's starting to push us back. Can he get us off the dirt? Because technically, when you get on the dirt in these sims, it's like they do try and make it real, so it's hard to get out of it. I did left engine for you today. Like I said, I'm pretty sure. Yes, so see, now we're starting up. It's a matter of procedure for the airline, whatever airline you're flying. I mean, our tow truck driver, he's had a rough night. I'm not hating on him. We all have our days, so we would be in the news for this one, by the way.
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
All right. Well, he got us at least a tire on the tarmac, so that will be good. Let's set that.
And we're disconnecting the tow. Give me just a moment.
So Santa, one thing I'll say, I know from like the IRL pilots that depending on the checklist, there's different procedures for when you put your hydraulics on, the order you put them on. And so we're just going to tell him he did his job. We don't want this to get any worse. I'm trying to be as professional as I can, and then this.
And we're disconnected. Signal and pin on the left. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
All right, thanks, bro. All right, now that that's going, let's get our hydraulics on. Maybe he didn't like that, so that should extinguish. Get the electric hydraulics going. All right, and then we want our yaw dampers on. This guy, man. All right, let's turn some lights on. I can go ahead and switch over to our generators. So now our engines are powering us. And let's turn our air conditioning back on. We are in the desert. It is hot here. Close the isolation valve, get the APU bleed air off, and now we can turn the APU off. Get rid of that. We will come down here. Let's set the pitch trim. So 3.3. So let's nose down. And we are doing a flaps 5 takeoff. So let's. One thing I noticed too the other day, my controls. Yeah. So flaps 1, I have to reset, I think, I mean, it's going. I noticed it's been jumping over flaps 1. And this is something I really need to check too. This seems weird, I need to ask someone why it goes halfway flaps and then full. But anyway, it's flaps 5, so let me go flaps 5. Alright, there we go. Alright. Let's do another checklist before taxi. So anti-ice should be okay today, as required. Recall is checked. Parking brake, that's expected. Perform. Auto brake, RTO. Always forget that. Ground equipment is clear. Taxi turn off light switches are on. So take off or before taxi checklist complete. And hopefully we can get out of this little situation the guy put us in. All right, let's go. Get some power. We need a little extra power to get us going today. Yeah. All right. Let's not break any of these lights, even though you can't in the sim. Those gotta cost at least a penny or two. So yeah, Santa, we're gonna be very professional today because we're flying. This is like, you know, we're at work today in this thing. We're gonna fly a whole rotation. I'll check the weather in a sec. I haven't set our QNH and such, which we would have gotten if we were doing clearance. So here comes Charlie. There's November. No, I like having the distraction. I'm doing this more so that, you know, I can talk to people. Then, so it's a journey of self improvement, a journey of chatting with folks who also like flight simulation, about flight simulation topics. Let's do, while we're driving here, our flight control check. Full back, full down, full left, full right. I know the rudders work because I've just been using them. Full left, full right. Awesome. Go ahead and start squawking, even though we don't have to worry about that today. But yeah, these are going to be some short flights. So, how are we doing weather-wise today? All right, the QNH 3002. And wind is not too bad today. So I'm feeling good about our takeoff today. So 3002, let me sync it over there. Let me turn the barrel on over here. 3012. Yeah, same here. At some point, I will seriously consider the Moza force feedback yoke. I think that's something I could talk myself into doing at some point. However, it is an investment, and right now I have some concerns. I'm going a little too fast. Which is, I'd almost like to see them put out, and I know they will because they have like 100 racing wheels for their car setups. I'd like to see them put out a different actual yoke itself, which I really like the current yoke, but now that I was thinking about it, I don't know if it really has the kind of button layout that I want. If I'm spending that much on force feedback, then I want it to be, you know, I want it perfecto. Yeah, yesterday the Huey, it looks good, and damn, X-Plane was looking really good. But he was still saying DCS is the way to go. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and arm my auto thrust early here. I'm forgetting. All right, so what we're doing now is we are just taxiing all the way down to the end to whiskey. And we'll be having some whiskey later. If we do this flight all good, I'm gonna say so I'm gonna be landing once, twice, 3 times, at least twice. We're definitely coming back. If I have time, I'll go to Vegas, and if I have time, I'll come back. I kind of feel like playing Flight Simulator for a long time today. The Rays won last night. I'm a big baseball fan. The other thing, if you watch this stream, not only is it a journey of self-improvement, it's a journey of literally taking well, not literally, virtually taking my favorite baseball team around the country. So I'm a weirdo. The 757 is my favorite aircraft in real life, and it turns out that Major League Baseball, which is my favorite sport, um, I'm trying to break myself of the religion of football, NFL football, but well, that's a subject for a different day. But yeah, I fly my Tampa Bay Rays around. The team charters are Boeing 757, and so I fly. That's kind of why I kind of got into this aircraft a little bit. I wanted to watch baseball and do flight sim at the same time. That was goal number one. So I could combine two of my boring hobbies, and then I thought, well, I can combine one more hobby of mine, and that is talking to people. So anyone in chat, if you want to say hi, you want to talk about flight simulation or otherwise, if you want to ask questions, I will try to answer. I do not have good answers, but I will tell you them. And I really, really like flight simulation. It's I like everything about it. I like engineering stuff and you know, big planes. I love going to aviation museums. At some point, we'll fly to Tucson. I'll show you pictures of my day at the Pima Air and Space Museum, which was so nice. Holy crap, that was nice. I had such a good time. I love the desert also. That's another thing. So Nate loves flight simulation. He loves baseball. He loves the desert. To show you that I'm a man of many contrasts, I also love the Netherlands as my favorite European country, which is the opposite of a desert. Although not really. I don't know. There's interesting comparisons to be made. All right, we're getting ready to go on a runway, so let's turn some lights on. Turn those off. My most hated buttons. There they go. So let's go ahead and line up and wait here. We'll do our before takeoff checklist, and we will get going because we're this is lunch pail stuff.
6 right.
So that's Ras Lady. She's my girlfriend. Santa knows. Well, you can make fun of the Rays, but that's just like that's futile. They're the best team in the American League. You know, I've had such a relaxed baseball year so far.
On runway 26 right.
It's nice when your team is the best. All right, I'm going to stop here. Close up our throttles. Let's put the parking brake on. But oh man, the Rays, they were an absolute joy to watch yesterday. All right, let's check the weather. We'll talk about more baseball in flight now. So okay, everything's good. 3002. QNH is checked. So wind 240 at 4. We're taking off 26, so the wind should just be a little bit. If we wanted to find a sock somewhere. Am I blind? Can we see a windsock somewhere? We can check the charts. They usually tell you. All right, it's over there. I see it. All right, so we're good.
On runway 26 right. On runway 26
We
right.
got a limp flag. All right, so look at this. This is pretty interesting. I mean, it wants us to like we're taking off. We're taking a hard left, which is. I mean, is it? I'm curious to see. This looks. I mean, that is 5 miles, so we'll see. But we're all good. I'm confident in at least this part. All right. Let's okay, as usual, big breath of oxygen. I have my coffee, big sip of coffee. And we're proving ourselves. This is this is serious here. All right, takeoff briefing. We did. Packs are on because we want air conditioning. Flaps are set. I set the stabilizer trim. I noticed one thing I do also is I say things and don't do them. So our biggest mistake yesterday, I set the ILS and I'm like, oh, ILS, check. No, it wasn't. It was wrong. Thank God we had a gold star student the other day. Flight controls are all checked. The cabin is secured. Those other lights are off. Half of flying is let's just go map actually, is turning on lights. So we're ready to rock. I'm excited. I think we can improve on yesterday. So I'm gonna start spooling up these bad boys. About 40%. Alright. Engines are looking stable. Go ahead and press that thrust button right here. Alright, EPR. Take off. Let's go. So we'll concentrate on the runway here, trying to keep that center line. I do feel a little bit of something from the right. Or the left, excuse me. Pushing us to the right. Alright, 80 knots is what I would say if I was a professional. Thrust hold. If I was a professional, I'd also say that. I'm reading off the stuff on my primary flight display to make sure I know what I'm doing. Okay. V1, rotate. Gently pull back the stick. Follow our flight director up. Alright, positive ready to climb. Gear up. I'm going to trim up a bit here. And here comes that turn. Alright, about 1,000 feet, we're reaching acceleration altitude, EPR, VNAV path. So we're going to start nosing down. Pitch up a little bit here. Go flaps 5. Speed. Go flaps up. So let's pitch up a bit more here. Let's keep our climb. Alright, I'm exhausted. Autopilot. LNAV. VNAV speed. Let's get our heading. That was an excellent takeoff. Well done. Let's enjoy flying out of San Bernardino County. Oh, yeah. So like I said, big fan of flight simulation. I love big machines and engines. Tim the Toolman Taylor. Love it. So we're climbing up to 7,000 and we'll fly up there and chill out, and then we'll do our takeoff or after takeoff flows. But yeah, there we go. All right, speed, VNAV path. So we're coming up to our altitude, so we'll go into alt hold. Usually it'll kick us out of VNAV. Huh. Did not. It's fine. So 4,000 above is all good. Let me do some quick cleanup. Oh, there's a restriction, right? Is it? No, it's above 4,000. Interesting. All right, let's do some after takeoff stuff. Although, again, it always does everything for me here. All right, let's go. Let's say we got cleared to 18 or 16,000. All right, so that's interesting. Usually it kicks us out. So let's go out, hold, VNAV. reset on that. All right, here we go. EPR, VNAV speed. We got to get up over some terrain. Aircraft is acting a little funky right now. Go flight change. Climb. Some things felt a little buggish to me right there. Let's see what happens if we jump back into VNAV. Alright, EPR, VNAV speed. That was concerning. Trying to look outside, you know, it's making me do stuff. Oh yeah. I love this part of the world. US, we're in Southern California now, but US Southwest, that's why I'm kind of darting into Phoenix and such. Alright, above 10,000 feet, we're gonna accelerate even further. And I can go ahead and turn some lights off. Half the battle of being an airline pilot is turning lights on and off. Alright, we were doing it. Let's turn. Oh, you know what? I don't have my... I realized something. I don't have my views exactly how I want on this livery. Look how beautiful. The other thing I like about flight simulation is I'm a big fan of Earth from, you know, 10,000, 30,000 feet. And I like maps and geography. And yeah, so it scratches all kinds of nerdy itches for me, this hobby. Okay, let's say we got cleared up to our flight level, which was 350, as I recall. Yep. The other thing I noticed, I was making mistakes in some call outs. I kept calling this flight level 30, which it's not. Flight level 300. And so that's the idea with this too, is that I'm just trying to get my my phraseology a little more on point. Now, if I'm just screwing around, having some fun with the lads, like Santa, then we don't have to worry too much. But yeah, this is a self-improvement through flight simulation. For instance, taking like a whole week off work to do this instead of make money. Yeah. Yeah, you can get yourself into trouble real fast without a zero in the right place. All right, cool. We're climbing. This is the nice part of flight simulation. We now get to sit back and relax. We get to look outside. Not that one. Get over terrain. Oh, that's one thing I should see, actually, now that we're here. So we're passing a transition altitude. Let me set standard. standard to 902. And so top of descent is probably coming like very quickly too. Let's go to plan mode real quick. Let's go to our legs page. Let's step through. Let's zoom in. Step, 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 step. All right, so what do we got here? Top of descent is right at that Bravo Lima Hotel VOR. So down in my computer here, I'm gonna grab that and into the scratch pad. Go to my fix page. I'm gonna dump that in there, and well, which one are you? Probably this one. Yep. And give me 80 and 40, and that'll keep us on track so we can chat, and I won't miss everything we're doing. All right, go back into map mode. Yeah, one thing I do like to do is when we are passing interesting geological features. Are we flying over like Joshua Tree or something right now, I think? Yeah, because there's the Salton Sea. Coachella. Palm Springs, so this is some fancy stuff here. Oh, where's terrain? Yeah, so that's what I was gonna do. Thanks for reminding me. Good co-pilot. You're the man. So I'm trying not to mess with the radar or the weather because it really doesn't seem like it is working in X-Plane right now. I really can't tell. But if I went weather terrain here, so I'll turn the airports off. We don't need those really. Weather terrain, so there's weather. There's weather. And then this knob here that's hiding. Weather terrain. So once you turn that on, so that it says weather, then you click here. That's the test for weather. There's terrain. And so we just want terrain on. And so it should pick up terrain. We are near some. Maybe I have to zoom out a little more. Because, yeah, the weather radar just feels scuffed. If I were to put both on. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I have everything on now. Oh, so if you want the lady to not yell at you for the too low terrain, and sometimes she does it when really she shouldn't too, right here, dude. Terrain override switch. And so she won't yell at you. These are these warning overrides. Man, so we already have to start planning. Palm Springs. What a beauty. Okay, so I mean, we're like that's why I chose these flights. We got some quick hops today. And this is a real FedEx route. They fly back and forth between Ontario and Phoenix, Ontario and Vegas, Ontario and a bunch of places. So, let's do some thinking. Charts. We're coming back, so we'll keep that up. So what's going on in Phoenix today? Not too bad wind-wise. We've got some scattered clouds, but we'll be able to get up underneath there. So that's looking good. Nothing jumps out at me there. We are landing today 8, runway 8. So let's read from Gila. I can play King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard song, Gila Monster. Gila on track 054 to punt, then on track 054 tech. Okay, Tessie, Falgo, Calgor. Expect ILS runway 8 or radar vectors to final approach course. We got some warnings here. At Gmail, intercept and execute runway 8 ILS approach if unable. Okay, so just lost comms. So we will be coming from here. Here's Hydra. So one thing I noticed about the 757 is also it seems not to, on your legs page, do betweens very well. So legs, the meatball, scenery, next page. So Snura above flight level 220 or below, yes. Swoon, and at Hydra. See, look, it has us below. So let me at least put this restriction at 15,000. So /15,000 above. I mean, part of that is I don't want to crash into like a mountain. We are over terrain. Gila 250. Say, I mean, it is 11,000 above right now, but only trivially. So let's put that restriction in. Then punt above 10,000. Tech 8,000. So I think I'm doing this right because, if, so like Tesla, well, so Tesla has the 7,000. You see it's in the big font at 210. And I mean, it wants 210 also. Let me see something. Previous page. Punt 230. It's big tech. Okay, good. Falgo at 6,000. Kagor above. Okay, cool. So I'm going to keep doing my descent planning. So we know once we go, we're going to trust our VNAV and see how it does. But we can go all the way down to 5,000 and then runways 7 left, right, 8 transitions. So we will be, I'm pretty sure, going straight to that. Let's look at our approach. Oh, Sartre, one of my favorite philosophers, who actually is the book I'm helping a guy write right now is all about Sartre. So Jamil is going to be where we're going, above 4,000. Let's see, Jamil above 4,000. What's up? 3,000. And that's probably the main approach fix. So 3,000 is the altitude we're going to be thinking about. So our decision altitude today. And now, given the winds, there's something else also I realized I could have done yesterday. And I was due a flaps 25 landing instead of a flaps 30. Because really, given the speeds that we needed to get over the wind, I would have been 15 knots above VREF. And that you're not allowed. So I should have come in faster. Which is something I would never think I would say. So the ILS, let's not screw this up again too. 111.75. 111.75. 111. 75 checked. Checked. Course 078. Got it. And like I said, our decision altitude is 1368. So we'll go right now and set that to 1368. And so that is our decision height. And we are approaching top of descent. Look how quick this goes. Missed approach. Climbed to 3,000. Left to 5,000. Okay. That had looked correctly programmed in. Go to plan. Legs. Step, step, step. Let's zoom in a little. Make sure. Step, step, step. Alright, all good. There's our missed approach. Alright, we're doing great. Oh, starting to get over some desert. I love the US Southwest. Even though I know I should probably never, you know, it's probably a dumb idea in this day and age to think, oh, I should move to the desert when I get older. I'm already old, but I mean older. Alright, so top of descent is coming. Let's go ahead and do our... Oh, we didn't really do our after takeoff checklists, but we did. All right, descent. Let's do. Oh, one thing I wanted to see is we're landing runway 8. We've got all kinds of runway, and where is FedEx? It's down here, South Cargo. So we got a long taxi. We're doing this professionally. Although probably in real life they'd let you just land 7 right. What's going on? Let's look at Navigraph. Phoenix. Info runways. Yeah, so we could. SimBrief doesn't know. So 7 left is departing, 7 right is arriving. We'll stick with 8. I'm not too concerned about the taxi. I'd like to actually look at the airport a little bit. I don't fly into Phoenix enough. FMC message, so it's telling us it wants us to descend. So I'm gonna go ahead and set an altitude. And really, we can let this thing take us all the way down. Let's see how it does. Go 7,000. 6,000, 5,000. Go 5,000. Pretty good. Alright, reaching top of descent. So we have plenty of runway, so just auto brakes 1 today. And given the wind situation, I mean, basically just 9 knots in our face. So half that component should be good for today. Not too windy. I'm proud of us for yesterday. We had a pretty tough landing yesterday, but I think we did a good job. 117.40. Drag required. So it all I mean, I don't know if, do you really get the drag required symbol if you're just like a couple knots over? Anyway, we'll help it slow down. Alright, we're descending already. Alright, pressurization was looking good. Yep. No one's head is exploding. Recall was checked. Auto brake is set. We have our landing data. We said what we're doing. So approach briefing complete. Next is our approach checklist. So once we get under 18,000 transition, I'll do that. The other thing we'll do in our fixed page is give myself some other circles. So we don't need this anymore. I'm gonna go ahead and erase. And let's do Kilo, Papa, Hotel, X-ray. Is this runway 8? No? Does it want 08? Yeah. Okay. Give me my rings. Alright, situational awareness is now going to be achieved. Alright, we are descending. How you doing, Phoenix? So I will say Phoenix I don't necessarily like. Some people say Phoenix is the worst city in America, and there's some interesting arguments for it. However, Tucson area, all this, oh my god. And very northern. I love this part of the world. After college, I went to Utah. To the Navajo Four Corners. Here we go. Yeah. Such excellent country out here. Canyonland. Half-Life, Black Mesa facility. But yeah, so I haven't flown over the desert in a while, so that was my idea for today. Get to look at some desert landscapes. And in the sim, I really like flying into Vegas. So that could be our next thing. Oh, my speed brakes are still out. That's another thing I'm doing a lot. Making this aircraft struggle. Alright, anything else to think about down here? Alright. So, Santa, you can see over here now, we're getting some terrain returns. So our co-pilot will be the one to warn us of imminent dangers. And this is really a pretty straight shot right into Phoenix. $3,000. Okay. Get your ass to Mars. I really like an X-plane when you get the cloud shadows. They look cool. Oh, I do have these views set. Okay. Okay, it's leveling off here because there was it wanted us 240 above. So now, let's see. Spink should start descending again. There it goes. Very interesting. I didn't start the chrono. I never do that. I'm bad. Okay, getting into real. Once we were on local atmospheric pressure, that's when I have to mean business. Everything's fun and games when you're above 18,000 feet. Alright, everything's looking good. Speed's nicely on path. I have a feeling we'll need to help the aircraft slow down once we get through here. Because where does it say? So, Jamil, expect ILS runway 8 approach or radar vectors to final approach course. I mean, yeah, clearly. Oh. Don't need the logo light on. Alright. Phoenix. Alright, so I've got this right here set. Where is it? This one on my this one, my mode selector. I like coming in, at least on my side, the ILS here, so I can have a heading up view. No problem, man. We are taking it easy here. Even though this is serious, we are taking it easy today. You gotta hang loose, you know? One thing, I respect the hell out of these pilots. You gotta stay loose. You gotta stay confident in your abilities. Yeah, like I was saying, I have a lucky kind of setup work-wise. Doing mostly freelance work, so it's kind of like I just pick up projects as needed. And I had a hell of a week last week, so I was already kind of planning to take it easy this week and do some flight simulation. Flight simulation, self-improvement. If you're gonna do something, do it right, you know? That's the motto of the stream. But yeah, there were still a lot of little mistakes I was making yesterday, so we're trying to get some of those, exercise some of the demons. Alright, coming up to 18,000. Let's check the weather one more time. All looking good. Alright, so 29er 4. Set. 29er 4. Alright. And let's see, do we see, there's some cloud cover. We're doing pretty good though. Alright, how we doing? Below flight level 190, we got that. We'll be 15,000 above. We'll got that. So yeah, things are looking good here. Do you work from home, Santa? Santa does work from home, except one night where he's got a really rough day. Exactly. And that is one hell of a day. Although, I'll tell you what, I'd rather work, even when I did have a 9 to 5. I hate 9 to 5, 5 days a week. I'd rather have like 2 12-hour days and just like be done with it. Let me just do everything I have to do, and like I want to work Wednesday, Thursday, and have the rest of my life off. That's how I'd like our society to run. Alright, aircraft. Except for the takeoff, where I'm not sure why
Altimeter setting.
it did. Yeah, I did it already, Ras Lady. I think. Which that was kind of weird on the takeoff. Usually the VNAV dumps out. Now it could be I am using a different livery, so I don't know if I have all my avionics set up just right. I think I do, but that could be something also. Oop, my computer is thinking. I hate when it thinks. That means we're gonna get some stutters. Yeah. Come on. Alright, it's coming back. Alright, so some speeds we care about. 250, the Gila Monster, which we're approaching. Let's see if the aircraft will slow itself down. Because I believe the speed restriction is in there. Yep. Let's see. I'm always curious when it actually does the thing. Because what's nice in the 737, you do get the the decel points. But like technically, this thing should... There it goes. So with only like... So 2 miles to go, can it actually bleed off that much speed? It's just gonna flatten out, I guess. I mean, you know, it's... God, look at this. I got to do work? What the hell? All right. Opening up the speed window. Can't be trusted. Speed brake. Drag required. Set the heading. All right, speed brake, come in. 230 by punt. Below 12,000. We already got that. So about 2 miles to punt. We will... You don't gotta speed up, big fella. Relax. Alright, and also now that we're down here, let's do some other stuff. Turn a bunch of lights on. Keep that one off. Okay, checklist. Approach checklist. Altimeters are checked and set. We have our rings, our nav aids. So last will just be our landing checklist. So as we're approaching 20 miles here, so we want to be 230 here. 10,000 above. Doing good. So this is very interesting, I noticed. And I think it's a bug in this aircraft. We're not on path with the ILS right now. Glide slope. I can't imagine. So it's kind of weird that it has us pinned on it right now. I mean, maybe we are, but I don't know. I noticed that this thing can be a little weird depending on how you're coming into the ILS. Alright, so 210 is going to be our next speed that we'll be thinking about. Whoops. What little town is this? Buckeye. So we're on the outside of Scottsdale. Or of Phoenix. Alright, so we want to be 8,000 at. We got 4 miles. We need to lose. See, there it goes. Now it's actually starting to pick up something. Alright, so I'm going to help us get down with a little more speed brakes here. Alright, 210 is conveniently our up speed, more or less. And we're coming to 20 miles, so we'll start that inbound, and then I'll start getting some flaps out so this thing slows down nicely. And our... Whoops. So we want to be 5,000, 3,000. I can go ahead and dial in the 3,000 now. I think speed-wise, it doesn't have any restrictions per se. But at Jamil, really at 10 miles when we should start slowing down more, but I might help us out, like I said. So once we pass Tessel, I'm going to start giving us some flaps. So we're about 500 feet high, but we still have 2 miles or so. All right, everything's looking good. All right, Tesla, let's go Flaps 1. Let's start slowing us down here. That heading. Really, in real life, we'd probably just get vectors at this point to, because it's got us doing this little kick thing. Like, we'd probably end up going just direct gemal. Actually, I think I just want to do that. Go direct. Execute. Alright, I'm gonna bring our speed down a little. Getting close. Someone, of course, since we're landing, I'm getting text messages. Alright, sterile cockpit. Nate has to concentrate. Let's go ahead and arm approach mode. So lock. This will kick us over and get on the ILS or the localizer. I'm going to zoom in so that the airport and the cities load. But there's runway 8. Two white, 2 red. We're all good. Glide slope capture. We're not slowing down at all. Let's help it out. What's flaps 5 speed? 220. Alright, let's go flaps 5. Alright, so we are lock, glide slope. I can go ahead and set missed approach was 3,000 or 5,000? 3,000, then 5,000. So we got 3,000 set. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and dump the gear. We're gonna need to bleed off a bunch of speed here. Trying to fly like grandma, but doesn't always work out that way. Oops. Alright, let's go flaps. Slow down. Get our speed, our winds one more time. I know. Alright, speed brake is in. All looking good. And miles. I see runway. Go flaps full. Slow down. The VREF 128 plus it was 9 miles headwind, 9 knots. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 133. Let's arm the speed brake. Do our landing checklist. Cabin is secured, speed brake, landing gear down, flaps are set. We got it. So 133, let's go, let's check where our throttles are. Let me take over. There we go. Alright. Pitch power, feeling good. Wind, little, about 4 knots from the left, so that's okay. I can even bleed off a little more. Usually, when it's not too windy, it seems like 49 or 1.17 EPR. But like 48, 49 usually seems okay, but we're going a little quick here. Back it off. All right, there we go. 2 white, 2 red. Hello, Phoenix. What do we got here? Okay, maximum focus. Let's take it early. Get a feel for this aircraft. Gently follow down. Correct. Little corrections. Keep the runway right there in my field of view. A little more power. Getting a little low. I knew I was getting a little slow, but I knew I'm going to be nosing down a bit here, so. Pull off some power. Nose down. Alright, looking good. We're going to keep approaching 8. That's what we want. Nate is approaching 8. We're going to keep the touchdown zone right there in our view. Want to watch out not to balloon up. A little high. Nate likes to be a little high. We're okay. Back on path. Watch our descent rate. Come on, get down. I'm going to trim down a little bit because I felt it pick up. Here we go. Touchdown zone. Right there. I'm ballooning up a little bit. Trim down a little bit. Trim down. Yep. Keep it right there. Right there in my face. Right there. Right there. Uh-huh. 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 Flare. 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 Kill engines at 10. Come on, baby. Sit down.
Long landing. Long landing.
Damn it.
8,000 feet remaining.
That was pretty nice. Reverser's full. Let's slow this big boy down. Alright, 80 knots, manual brakes. Get the reversers in. Brakes, brakes, brakes. Brakes. We'll take the next one. Brakes. Flaps come up, speed brake come up. This will be us right here. Why does that light switch keep doing that? Yes! We did it! We're stable. Alright, let's get off the runway again. I told you, everything feels sticky in this plane lately. Santa, did you see that? Tell me you saw that. That was some incredible piloting just there. That was some masterful stuff. I'm proud of that one. We're doing real good. All right, flight directors can come off. It turns out looking outside when you're landing helps. Who would have thought? All right, so I need to go down here. Oh, yeah, I'm going the long way around. All right. Well, we got to go. I didn't stop fast enough for Sierra. Although let's cheat a little bit. Let's say we got a nice ground controller here. Gonna let us loop around to the Sierra. So let's go Sierra to the south cargo. Oh, dude, it was. It was absolutely fantastic. I think our best ever. We're gonna watch the replay because the other thing too is the one thing in these add-ons, they don't like to fly another leg. So if I did this again, or if I just set this up and go, I might be in a little trouble. All right, so is this Sierra? Or is that Sierra? Uh-oh. Alright, don't look. This must be Sierra. Again, this isn't an excuse, but my ground handling feels so weird lately. Alright, we'll call this line Sierra. Okay, got that. Let's try not to give anybody cancer. Turn. Terrain off. Philly traffic can come off. Set that to standby. We get to go on a little ride over the bridge here or something. Here we go. No, just the home. Alright, Sierra. Where do we go? Right on Echo? I love taxiing. Not a joke. Alright, so let's go. We'll go Echo 8, Foxtrot 8, Golf. Well, actually, let's just go all the way down. Foxtrot 6. It probably wants us here. Alright, we'll work our way down. There's our fleet. Let's cross some runways.
25 right.
Say we got cleared. All 5. All 5. Look at these MD-11s.
Approaching 25 left.
Clear. Clear. Look at all these big boys. Oh, Arizona A and G apron. So here's the Air National Guard. Cool. What's up, fellas? Come work for FedEx when you're done. I'm going a little quick. So, as I recall, FedEx is to the left here somewhere. And I can see who's texting me. Okay, we will park here. This is like Legend of Zelda Airplane Edition. Dun, dun, that's ugly. Alright, good enough for me. He says, boo. Alright. 1 of 1. Landing completed. I'll be restarting this thing, so our shutdown doesn't matter that much. I still feel compelled. What can I say? Alright, that does it for me. Nice! Best part, replay. That felt very good. Except I did get a little long at the end. But, you know. Alright, let's enjoy the hell out of this. Oh, yeah. So we did still a few things to work on. It doesn't like you to be flaps, you know, once I go flaps 20, no speed brakes allowed. Okay, here we go. And we get to look around Phoenix a little bit. Let's enjoy this picturesque landing. Hello, Phoenix. So here's that little, we went direct to that Jamil waypoint so that we'd get on the localizer. But I feel like we maintained our speed very nicely. I think this was a very nice flight for us. Clean flight. Ooh, I even still have a sip of coffee left. Yeah, Phoenix, you know, as anywhere where there's flat land in America, you're going to get strode planning. So there, we were trying to slow down. That's where we dumped our gears. And this is where we were still using our speed brakes to slow us down a little bit, but those should have probably come in a notch earlier. We did get the warning. I need to be more diligent about the speed brake. That's something I keep messing up. Man, it's so much nicer when it's not like gusting 20 something knots. Just ride this bad boy in. This plane looks so damn cool. It reminds me of the bird of prey from Star Trek. So we had a long landing, but that's okay. So we did have a glide slope deviation at some point. Max 1 until reaching 200 feet. Interesting. What really helped actually was right at the end, the kind of a couple trim down inputs helped a lot. Just 2 little trim down inputs right at the end, because I could feel the thing wanting to like balloon up. Oh, we're staying pretty stable. I mean, for me, this is like, this is something. As someone who's a plane spotting guy, I love these sims for this kind of thing. It looks, this is real enough for me, put it that way. Alright, here it comes. Here it comes. Everyone, prepare yourselves. So, little... Ooh, I teased it. I wanted to tease the landing zone. Oh. I'm even, like, holding a center line, kind of. I never do that. So I should have I could have been a little... Oh! I just had to kiss it. There we go. One more time. Again, this is all, we're like athletes. We're watching tape. This is film study. All right. Well, I'll take that, man. I will take that. All right, cool. So, I am going to do something. I think I want another cup of coffee. Coffee is for closers. I'm going to restart the... Well, let's try this. Let's try reloading the aircraft. But before we do that... So, as I restart, enjoy a little King Gizzard and the Wizard Lizard. And I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. And I'll be right back. And we will continue our next leg. Alright. I'm back. We'll enjoy a little more King Gizzard and Lizard Wizard as I have a little lunch while we're waiting for the plane to get loaded. I'll do our setup. We'll return back to... Do I still have all my charts? Cool. We'll return back to Ontario. California, that is. But we will enjoy some King Gizzard and Lizard Wizard. Yeah, enjoy. And I'm going to set up the aircraft a little bit. Need to get our sim flight plan together. Just doing some of the very basic setup stuff while we enjoy a little some tunes. That was the first because they're playing Head on Pill, and that was a little Murder the Universe suite in there. Altered Beast jam. That's looking good. Sounding good. So we'll just familiarize ourselves with the instrument departure. 7 left. 8,000. Alright, thank you, King Gizzard and Lizard Wizard. We'll let them fly on in the back there. But we're getting ready to make our return flight. After a very nice flight for us. Alright, so we're going to start to focus a little bit here. Got the APU running. Everything about set up for us. To leave Phoenix, head back to Ontario, California. Thank you, Gizz. We'll listen to a little more Gizz in the background there. Okay, so head back in the game. We got our APU fired up. Let's go ahead and get the APU on. Bus ties, utility buses are on. Go ahead and get the packs on. Ventilation valve, APU bleed air on. Cool. I'll go ahead and just get the hydraulics going here. Let me actually get that out. Yaw dampers, get our Rolls Royce stuff turned on. I mean, yeah, we're basically ready for pushback here. Let's see if pushback works today. Alright, looking good up here. We definitely turned it off up here, right? Yeah. CPU gone, chalk's gone. Okay, that's all looking correct. Alright, let's get pushback going.
Hey, Captain, let me know where you want this thing.
Alright. Better pushback. I don't know what your deal is today. But we just need to go here.
Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
Pushback has been giving us some a little bit of grief lately. Alright, so we are in Phoenix. Weather 9 or 4.
All right, looks like the doors and hatches are closed and we're ready to connect. Welcome aboard, Captain. Tow's connected, bypass pins inserted. Go ahead and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
Alright, I think we are ready to rock here. Do a checklist. Okay, before start, fuel was checked. Passenger signs. We don't care about passengers today. MCP is set. B2 heading out. Takeoff thrust. Okay. Takeoff speeds, check. We kind of did our briefing, but just in case. Here we are. We are going to push back. We're taking 7 left. So we'll just push back and take Hotel 1, Golf 1, Foxtrot 3, line up. Take off. And for our departure, we'll be heading out to UTEP, the Arizona Cardinals, USI, massive. So we just want to be above 7,220. That's what we're thinking about. So this should be all good. In our computer, the restrictions, LNAV, VNAV. So yeah, we're good. And then we just want to make sure we keep climbing to avoid any mountainous terrain. All right. We are ready to start some engines. Let's go.
Here comes the pushback. Light them up.
All right, packs off. Engine 1. Got oil pressure. Temp's a little low. Very good. Quantities are all good. About 20%. Introduce fuel. Nice. And it looks like pushback is being kind to us now. Okay, let's go ahead and start engine 2. Alright, and 3 rising. Now, if for some reason one of the checklists it says you only have to do 15 on this side. Exhaust gas temperature rise, N1.
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake. And we're disconnecting the tow. Give me just a moment.
Alright, both engines are started up. Do our after start close.
And we're disconnected. Signal and pin on the right. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
Alright, thank you, dude. switch over to our generators. Engine gen. Looking good. This light. I'm curious if that happens that quickly. Okay, packs can come back on. Isolation valve off. APU bleed air can come off. And now we will get rid of the APU. Let that cool down. Trim 3.9. Switch the new trim down. That looks about 3.9er. It is a flaps 5 takeoff. If someone knows if this is supposed to do this, half, then that it can't be. That cannot be correct. But in any case, flaps 5 are set. Let's go ahead and make sure everything's still plugged in. Elevators, ailerons, full left, full right. Rudder, full right, full left. Here's the APU cooling down. Alright, thank you, King Gizzard and Lizard Wizard. And we'll fire you up in flight. But yeah, so now we are just heading on our way back. And we're very proud of ourselves for our previous landing. So let's keep it going. For every landing, Nate can have a beer later. That's what we're going for. Okay, so RTO. Let's do a checklist. That was before start, before taxi. Anti-ice is should be okay today. Recall is expected. The parking brake is still on. Ground equipment is clear, and our light switches are on. So next will just be before takeoff. Cool. And one thing I will do in advance, though, a little tricky. We're not going to mess with weather, but I am going to go weather, terrain, and terrain over on our co-pilot side. Sweet. Okay, so I got that. Whatever. I can do that now. Like I said, weather will chill on, just because it's not going to do anything except pick up the ground. Okay, let's get taxiing. All my stuff is out of order. So go up to hotel, hang a left, take it to the end. 7 left. Here we go. Parking brake off. A little bit of thrust. Brakes are working. I'm curious if anyone else has the back wheels in the ground in every airport right now. With map enhancement, at least. Ooh, look at those ATRs. Are those FedEx ATRs? Is that Jeju Air? That's a long way from home. Alright. Here's hotel. Say bye to the Phoenix Air National Guard. They, I guess, have a bunch of MD-11s. Alright, here we go. Round 2. The return. Is Jeju Air, isn't there? Yeah, they're, I don't think a Jeju 737. Could it make it? That would be quite the flight. Alright. Hotel 1. We've got our packages that we're bringing back. But I am really happy about that the last flight there. That was one of our cleaner ones. Their training camp is working. Turns out, practice makes perfect. Alright, I'm gonna arm the auto throttle. Since we are approaching a runway, go ahead and get the stuff on. These buttons, I wish I could just get you right there. Alright, approach sector is clear.
Approaching 7 right.
Grass lady keeping us safe. Don't need logo light anymore. Grass lady, we're gonna go have some drinks in Vegas, I think. That's gonna be our gift to ourselves. Okay, let's wait here for a moment and do a checklist. Alright, before takeoff, we know what we're doing. Takeoff briefing. Packs are auto flaps. So what just clicked right there? I know this thing does stuff for you. Anyway, I didn't see what it was. Okay, flaps were set. 5. Stabilizer trim 3.9 we set. I'm actually checking the stuff. Cabin is secured. Taxi light switch is off. We're ready. Oh, Santa, you're about to miss the takeoff. You don't want to BRB. Actually, I'll give you 1 second because I got fresh coffee. I could use this twig. And it will give us a chance to check the weather one more time in Phoenix. Reload. Alright, so coming straight into our face effectively. 9 knots. Well, we got some clouds once we get up there, but everything is looking good. 2994 is set. Alright, we're ready to go. Go for the old rolling takeoff. One thing I do want to change is I noticed Yeah, my brakes are extremely sensitive. I'm gonna mess with those curves, I think, a little bit. But I do like to rest my... I have my flight sim set up very comfortable. So I'm like got the full recline going.
Approaching 7 left.
Alright, that's us. See, just a little bit of wind. Are we ready? We are ready. Here comes takeoff. Buckle up.
On runway 7 left.
Alright, thank you, Ras Lady. Kind of a janky lineup, but let's go ahead and thrust EPR. Takeoff. Alright, 80 knots. Thrust hold. V1 rotate. Alright. Positive, ready to climb. Gear up. Trim up a little bit here. Trim up. I want to get a good look at Phoenix, so we're going to go into autopilot fairly soon. Autopilot on. EPR VNAV path. Oh yeah. Go flaps 1. Nice. Coming to our up speed. Flaps up. What a nice gentle takeoff. Let's go even more gentle. Let's go climb 2. We're just gonna baby this thing. Oh, yes. Get to make our nice big turn. Nice. What a nice little departure there. We're flying like real people today. Alright, so as we approach massive, my nav, no, what is it? Can't see route data. So we want to be 7,000 above. 220. Let's enjoy more views. before we start our climb. So notice now it actually did the thing. It kicked us out of VNav once it did the alt capture. I'm not sure why it didn't on that first on the first flight. All right, I think we're 380. Let's go ahead. All right, set 380. And VNav. All right, EPR, VNav speed. I'm sticking with climb too. We're just going to be very gentle with this magnificent aircraft today. Okay, one thing. All right, let's do our after takeoff checklist. Again, it basically does all the things. Passing 10,000. Let's go ahead and get rid of lights. That's pretty much it. Packs are auto. Landing gear are up. Flaps are up. Altimeters will be set in 8,000 feet from now. That's good enough for me. Oxygen. So climb 2 is very gentle. What is 1.55? Can I actually see if I go climb? Or what is it? Here. Climb 2 EPR. Okay, it doesn't, I didn't know if it actually would tell us right on here. A little bit higher. And then climb. So, not too much of a difference, but might as well actually, now that I'm thinking about it, just climb more, because so we'll have a little more cruise. All right. Everything looking good here? Yeah. Okay, progress is fine for me here. Let me, I need to clean up the charts here. Hey, Phoenix. KONT. Alright, so we are on this Scooby arrival. And where are we landing again? 26 left? Six left. And then the airport itself is here. And actually, it's nice. We can land, and here's FedEx. All right, cool. All right, passing 18,000, so set standard. Now our checklist is, in fact, complete. 2 deuce. Okay. And what I want to check is our the plan. Me legs. Me step. Top of climb. Alright, so top of descent is about folded. Oiled. Folded. Oiled. Let me go into our fixed page. Pop that in there. Give me some reminder rings. Perfecto. Go back progress here. Map here. Alright, there we go. We are situationally aware. And we are flying. Ooh, that was weird. My computer just started thinking. Whenever you're flight simulating and your computer starts thinking, that's scary. I haven't really been checking my performance too much on this. Basically, whatever Avitab tells me. But on this new computer, I mean, X-Plane has been running really well. I'm really happy with. Well, I mean, it's not a new computer. It's just at least now totally dedicated to the sim. And work gets its own little station. So now when I sit at this desk, that's, you know, a big part of this stream also, folks, is, you know, Nate has a very complicated relationship with work. And so having the computer just, I know there's no files on here about work. I got all the room in the world. Just feels good. Ooh, look at this. Interesting. That scares me. So N1, let's go to maybe back off our climb. I'm not used to getting like yellow and bad things. Very interesting. Does that have something to do with this? Let's check. Let's play around a little bit here. Let's go into just level change. Pull back the speed a little bit. Okay, that's doing it. Huh. So it didn't like so our N1 was over. Interesting. I've never gotten that. Any backseat drivers want to tell me why my N1 spooled up over? What keeps popping up? Oh, I have the stupid assist thing on. Okay. I noticed though, once you like screw around it with the climb, it doesn't really like you doing any other screwing around. So if we went back into VNav, EPR VNav speed. Let's see if it cranks up into. Because what are our speeds? Mach 0.77. Econ 0.77. Cruise. Oh, interesting. So our cruise out is higher than the optimum. I guess because we're traveling that direction. Are we traveling west, so it's an odd number? Or excuse me, even? Hot outside? Yeah, it's only -6 up here. That means it's hot. I'm not going outside today. Although it's actually nice in the Midwest right now. At least this morning. Got a full exercise in out there today. I'm gonna have to mess around and see about that kind of climb cruise thing again, because I am really curious why if it is a limitation that you can't actually, like, I think you could switch between these at any time during your climb, but I could be wrong. Ooh, 99. Ouch. And yeah, Texas, Austin. You're inland enough, huh? Now out in the desert, although let's see what's Southern California right now. It's still early. Oh, nice. Look, no wind. 24 degrees C, so a little hot. But yeah, the weather in the United States has been quite the I don't know. I have no idea how to make sense of it. I mean, I have one way of making sense of it, but it's been a tough one. All right, we do have to think about some stuff. We're already like top of descent is happening. 1-1-1-3-5. Let's do 2-5er 8er. All right, 258. Our runway, we got a nice long enough runway. Oh yeah. Well, these are the actual chem trails, because this is the stuff you don't want to breathe in. We're helping it get hot up here with this. But I know I don't know if X-Plane has it. I'll turn down the volume a little bit. Actually, I'll give us a little low Gizz in the background here. I think X-Plane you can get, well, I know definitely for Microsoft Flight Simulator, you can get, I mean, even in both default sims, I'm sure I've seen the contrails. I mean, I know, definitely. But in Microsoft Flight Sim, you can get one of those add-ons if you want, like, the heavy-duty contrails. when I was in 2 times. No, I guess it was like 3 times ago when I go to so Santa. I think I mentioned to you one of my. I try and go on a yearly pilgrimage to the Netherlands. And God, how old am I now? So the time it was when I was 40. The time I went on my 40th birthday, that was fun in October. I had the funniest conversation with the barista, bud tender chick who was in the apartment. Not well, who was across from the coffee place that was across from my apartment. And every time I go to the Netherlands, the weather is fantastic. And I only go in like March and October because the flights are cheap. So a couple of reasons. I think it's absolutely beautiful. And one of my real good friends lives there. No, I mean, I can do that in the United States now. That's not why. I can do that, right now. But my buddy lives there, and he's lived there for, God, I think like 12 years now. And so, I mean, I like hanging out with him. And also, I like crashing his apartment. He's just like, the meme? I'll show you the meme I'm thinking of. This is my favorite meme. Not my favorite, but it says a lot about me, put it that way. You can learn about Nate as we're doing this here. Block. So, this meme? Men really think it's okay to live like this? Lawn chair, TV on the floor. Well, I mean, all right. So my buddy in the Netherlands, this is him. His apartment is just like this, and so I feel I don't feel bad at all when I just show up at his front door and say, "Hey, I'm staying with you for like 2-3 weeks in the Netherlands," and I sleep on the floor. He's got a great air mattress. I think I heard you. You have a special lady friend, don't you? So yeah, he's living that life. Let me do our approach here, and since we got no wind, we can do a flaps 30 landing. VRF speed 1135, and top of descent coming up. Let me just think about this, and I'll continue my my stories. So here we're coming from Fred. Oh man, I'm gonna have to do all these restrictions. I bet we have some work to do because there are mountains, so I do need to make sure this arrival is okay. So zoink. All right, 2,000 below. We got that. That's one I do care about. Mystery machine 15. All right, D-way 11, above 11. Scooby 93. So let's just at least get this Scooby in here. 9,300 slash 9,300 above at Scooby, and let's give it just one more at machine above 15. Oh, computer, I don't like you thinking this much. And We are going to Takeo. So Starks. All right, it's got that. Got 6,000 above, 5,000 above, 220, 210, 4,300. All right, cool. We're on track. Oh yeah. So what was that? Was that? I was watching your stream. I heard that. Was that the like this your AI guy? Bilby? So is that your Say Intentions co-pilot? Because if so, that was kind of funny. What do you want, 43? So how do you get him to have a personality? Because that looks ridiculous. They built him like that. Okay. So what did I put in that 11,000? That's what I'll plug that in for now. Oh, I didn't hear that. I had to tune out. I think when was that? Was that around whenever my wifey gets home? I had to go take care of her, cook her dinner, and she's the man of the house. That's how I like it. What was I doing? Fix. We don't need this anymore. We got descent coming up. Recall check. All looking good. So let's erase this fix. And we want Kilo. Where are we going? Oh, Oscar, November, Tango. 26. Left. 26 left. Give me my rings. I'm like, what's his name? Gollum. Frodo. The precious rings. Oh my God, she sounds like she's about to die when she talks super slow. Nice. I might like her. I told you I like ladies who smoke. But you know, I'm not gonna. Let's not get into that too much here. Wow. Mach 0.73. I guess we are. Interesting. This is slow. Fascinating. I didn't realize. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, man. I'm so old that I remember back in we were talking about AOL days. Yeah, me too. I back in the AOL days. So this is a long time ago when, like, you know, you do know because you were out there bringing music to the people. We had one of the first text-to-speech like programs. And oh my God, me and my buddies, you know, we were all teenagers or barely teenagers, and even the adults. We had so much fun with that. Oh, and the aircraft feels like it's doing something weird. Alright, just leveling it out. Oh man, we had so much fun with that. And one of the voices was this old woman, and that was the one we used. Shoutcast radio station. Oh, really? Nice. And now you're like a DCS server, man. You bring things to the people. I like that. I'm a man of the people. Come on. Alright, remind me, the other thing I have to do on the stream is go to my moderation settings and let it relax. ASL, yeah, that was, you know, that was the time. Man, AOL chat rooms back in the late 90s. Trying to think, when did we get our first computer? The 82, no. Yeah, I mean, look, we it's best not to dwell on what you've done as a young man. Here, before we start, I'm gonna keep us on target here. All right, recall. I didn't set the auto brake. That's your fault for making me think about my teenage years with text to speech on AOL. We got our landing data. We know what we're doing. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, remember when you could, like, go to... One thing that does suck, it's like, you can't go do anything fun without, like, the threat of, like, showing up on TikTok and everyone thinking you're, like, an idiot. So I'm thinking about, like, going to concerts and stuff. You know, can you imagine, like... I'm trying to think, back when I was in college, going to, like, concerts, especially, because I really loved going to concerts. And like festival kind of stuff, and you know, people would have lots of fun. Men and women alike would have lots of fun, and you could not do any of that stuff now. Right. I mean, the other thing too is like the oversaturation of the internet, where it's like, at this point, big deal. Right. Well, you do at least. No, I had a. I'm really happy for anyone who's I'm sorry I'm not for anyone else watching, or who tunes in. For what it's worth, thank you very much for tuning in. Feel free to lurk or talk or whatever you want to do. But I do, if you are watching, I do really appreciate tuning in and keeping me company here. I hope I can bring you a little enjoyment for your day. Because that's the idea here. And even bonus, if you want someone to talk to, you know. But although today, Santa, I have not sucked at being a pilot. I'm doing some like pro stuff here. I feel good. If we grease this next landing, I might just have to pull George Costanza and shut down the stream, walk away on a high note. It's only like... It's like, it'll be 3 o'clock. That sounds like beer o'clock for me. But then I only get 2 beers because I'll only have 2 good landings. But I had 2 good takeoffs, so 4 beers. When do the Rays are going to be on? But yeah. Yeah, I mean, the internet is so saturated, but like, it just sucks for, I think, people... I can't imagine being like a high school kid these days with social media, to tell you the truth, because it's like, God, I wish I could go back and talk to, you know, young Nate, you know, and these guys all have it on camera now. But, you know, part of why I do this stream is no joke. Speaking of that, men... Oh, so I should finish my story. I get off on tangents. So my buddy who lives in the Netherlands, when I go visit him, he and I are a funny match because, you know, I'm family man here. My house is real nice. No. I mean, it's not nice, but, you know, I have to, like, keep it clean, and I'm a housewife. And, I like it that way, like I said. But, no, I work. Don't get me wrong. But, he's like a ascetic, basically. You know, he lives in squalor. On purpose. But so I like going and hang out with him, and like I slum it up with him for a couple weeks. And so here's what we do have to watch out, though. We got mountains coming. Oh, listen to Stu throat singing. You see, I have the little... I don't have ADHD. I'm not like that kind of guy. But I get easily distracted when King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard is on. So anyway, for my story and getting us back to chemtrails, contrails. Every time I go to the Netherlands, and this is now like over the last, 5-6 years or something. The weather has been perfect. In March when I go, it's like absolutely beautiful and it's supposed to be rainy and gross. And when I've gone in October in the fall, it's absolutely beautiful also. I've even been able to go to the beach. I've gone into the North Sea, kind of. Only a little bit because it's still way too cold in October, but I have gone there. But I stay at least for a few days in Amsterdam, in this apartment that I want to, it's where, like, if I could, I want to die in that apartment. I have the spot picked out where I want to die. Because I know I'll be dying happy. If I die in that apartment, I'll be dying happy. In the old west part of Amsterdam. Even though living in Amsterdam, I don't think I'd ever actually want to do, but in my dreams. But the bud tender barista chick where I get my coffee every morning, she and I ended up, we got chatty. As you can imagine, I'm a chatty guy. But she was funny because she's a cool chick, major conspiracy theorist. And I think when I went there the first time, it was like in the midst of like very like peak Trumpy kind of stuff. And so it was like, but it was this was all before COVID, I guess. I think. God, I can't remember anything anymore. It had to have been. Yeah, it did. And so it wasn't even, I need to talk to her about that. She's not there anymore after COVID because she was going to move to LA, she said. And I told her, I'm like, dude, I told her, I'm 40 years old. I'm a family man. I got my dream job, which, by the way, I quit during the pandemic because the Great Resignation. I'm one of those. And I told her, I'm like, so I'm like, you live here? She's like, yeah, I live in like just outside of Amsterdam or in the little, where did she live? I always forget. I'll look it up. The little part of Amsterdam where it's relatively cheap. I mean, nothing's relatively relatively cheap. Nothing is actually cheap. Anyway, I was like, man, this is good. Like you wake up, you make coffee, you can clearly do whatever you want here. And then she mostly complained about English tourists. So if any of my English bruvs are watching, and one of the funniest things, so I like the Dutch people. They're very they're nice deep down, but they're not on the surface. But they have these hilarious videos, like commercials that they make to try and keep British tourists out of Amsterdam. It's so good. All right. Oh, we gotta concentrate. Holy crap. All right. Because we got mountains. 3002. Let's set local 3002. But yeah, so all that to say, I go to Amsterdam. I fantasize about what it would be like to live in the Netherlands and not have to work. That's the problem. Or at least if I could work, I would work in a coffee shop. Okay, we can do a approach checklist. Altimeters are checked. Nav aids, we got our rings. So next is just gonna be our landing checklist. And yeah, things are happening real fast. We'll keep the story. How are we doing? 15. We need to be below 14 by Dewey. We got 9 miles. We need to lose just 900. So basically 1,000 feet. So we only need about 3 miles. We're good. So we did math in the midst of a story about Amsterdam. This is my my multitasking, and we're listening to King Gizzard and Lizard Wizard, and I'm talking to Santa, so, and we're flying through mountains. So many things to it. There's some great King Gizzard long jams, but we got to go now that we're at local. I'm sorry, Gizz. I gotta put you on quiet because I need to concentrate. Let me get some sounds up. But yeah, I absolutely love the Netherlands, and for what it's worth, the last couple times I went, 2 times, 3 times, and I would go again in March. The next year, the FlightSim convention is there, and it's going to be in Utrecht now, which I'm a little bummed about because it was in Lelystad, and I don't know, it was starting to grow on me, but it does suck to have to go. Lelystad is like out in the middle of nowhere in a way, and so being in Utrecht would be cooler. But yeah, that was fun, man. I got to meet kind of the bros from the Black Box Discord, and if any of you guys are in here, what's up? Say hi, follow, whatever, you know. And yeah, that was a good time. I always have a good time. And my wife actually came with me last time. I was like, all right, you want the experience? Come on. I'm like, it's not like I'm having, you know, you think you're missing out, but I'm going to a flight simulator convention. All right, speeds. Doesn't care yet. We got time. But it was nice to go to the Netherlands with my wife and get to show her all my daily life when I'm over there. Speed. Alt cap. Interesting. Oh, because we're at 11,000. All right. Let's go down to, I think we're safe to go down to 5,000. And I can go back into VNAV. I feel like a buster doing all this VNAVing, but... Okay, let's go ahead and open up the speed window. Get us down to 250. Now we're below 10. Give ourselves some speed brakes. Put some lights on. Okay, speed brake come in. But yeah, here's once again, I don't think we're actually that on the ILS. I mean, maybe. ILS. I mean, we're 35 miles away. DME. All right, 220 at Kalea above 5,000, and then we want to be mandatory. So 3,000 is what we're looking for. Let's take a quick look outside at beautiful California, San Bernardino Valley. Let's check the winds. Oh, still. So this is a big one for us. It's still. So I should be able to do this. I believe that is the airport. We're gonna exit. Let's try and exit high speed Kilo. Oh no. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's where we parked. $220, $210. Above 5,000, 43. 100 to go 3,000 months. All right, here we go. 20 miles. This is now sterile cockpit. I'm going to focus. All right, line up the heading. So Kalia, 4 miles. We're actually doing okay on the path. I'm gonna start slowing us down. So it'll level out for a sec here. Only just speed brakes. So we can keep descending. But we just want to be 5,000 above, so we're in pretty good shape here. I have no shame in using speed brakes. Alright, nice. And I guess we're just gonna be cowards here and just stay on LNAV. Here comes all of our indicators. So I'll just go ahead and arm approach mode in a moment. Alright, we got diamonds. Go approach. Alright, lock. Claims to have the localizer already. I think it probably likes being in heading select more when you do the actually get the localizer. Man, we're fast. All right. I'm gonna let some speed brakes help us out here. All right, 220. So speed check, glide slope, flaps 1. Keep going. Oh, computer, don't do it. All right, speed brakes are gonna come in. Let's go flaps 5. See if we can slow down. We're probably gonna speed up. I'm dumping the gear. We need help. Ooh, we are quick. We are quick, but not bad. All right, let's go flaps 20. Keep slowing. And we should be fully configured by 5 miles. So we're being good boys here. All right, flaps full. VREF is 127. One, 3, 2. We've got basically no wind. Let's arm our speed brake, and we can do a landing checklist. Checklist. Done. Let me find my throttles. Kill auto thrust. There it is. Need a little more power here. Not much. A little too much. Alright, nice and calm. This is just... We just got to baby this thing in. Oh, I didn't set our decision height. I was a bad boy. I'm going too fast. I'm going to pull the nose up a little bit, try and bleed off some speed. Alright, here we go. We are coming in. Alright, this should help us bleed off some speed.
Approaching 26 left.
Alright. Check. A little low. Alright, we're good. I feel good. Let's go visual. Flight director's off. Bird on. Coming a little to the left here.
Flight slow.
I know.
Flight slow.
I know.
Flight
Trying.
slow.
I'm trying.
Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow.
I'm visual. Glide
Flight
slope doesn't
slow.
matter. Alright, here we go. Here we go.
50, 40, 30, 20,
Ooh, 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 ooh.
10.
Might be a bouncer, but we're down. Reversers. Auto brakes. A little all over the place, but that's alright. Alright, manual brakes. Reversers can come in. Let's keep braking. Put the auto brakes off. This kilo. Yep. Okay. Frames. Aww. That means we were fired. I mean, I can't have a beer. Alright, put the speed brakes in, flaps up. Yeah, I ended up getting pretty low. I was too cocky. Alright, Kilo November. Let's go, plane. Like I said, once I'm on the ground here, the ground effects just feel so crunchy. You know, I gotta fire us up to...
Approaching 8 left.
And I did turn the brakes off. But yeah, this thing's struggling. Okay, here is November. Still happy with the landing, even though we are going to have to write up a report for our glide slope deviation. Although technically, if I announced... That's something I need to ask a real pilot. That once you're visual, all bets are off. Once you're visual, I'm doing what I need to do to land. And so you know, if I don't maintain that 3 degree, then what's it to you? So someone will tell me why I'm wrong. But I am actually curious. I hate these switches so much. All right, let's fly over here. Oh, wait. That stuff off. We can... We'll just go standby now. ECAS test. No. Standby. There we go. Alright. Nice job, Charlie. Yeah, I mean, unless I like blew a tire or something. We're like, our engines are pretty high and we're not going very fast. I'm pretty sure that looks good. Oh, nice. Yeah, a bunch of the guys in the flight sim chat are Dutch, or at least live in the Netherlands. So when I went to the flight sim convention, it's cool. I hung out with some Dutchmen, some Germans, some... Who else? A couple Englishmen. One time I went, I met another real-life pilot from Bahrain, and he was a really cool guy. Hill West. Start crossing them arms. There we go. All right. This has been quite the day for us. Get the APU on. Lights are all off. Engine shut down. Off, off, off. Fuel pumps can come off. That light can come off. We are on APU power now. Oop. Went out of order there. That's fine. All right. Cool. We are set up here. Ooh. Alright, I was a bad boy for a couple things. So, well, I might have killed everybody. Although, what's the landing elevation here? 900. Alright. So, people's heads might have been a little, you know, we were feeling woozy. I am going to put on the mask of shame. So... I didn't set our landing altitude. It's higher than it should be. So I think that could be okay. And I didn't set a decision height, which is a slap on the wrist. And I had a long landing. Or not a long landing. A glide slope deviation. But I'm going to say we were visual and and that doesn't matter. All right, operations, airplane, open all, ground, stairs, chocks, this, waste unit, loader unit, load, unload. All right, we made it. We made it. We got 3 o'clock. I should probably think about doing something constructive. If I do something constructive right now, then I can probably be the opposite tomorrow. What day is it tomorrow? Thursday? Okay, this is shut down enough for my purposes. Let's see our replay. This is, you know, this is why we fight for replays. Well, first let's not. I won't tease. Let's see how we actually did. So yeah, see, I ended up having to pull my nose way up. This is the see, I got a little shitty there. I could feel the back end of the plane coming down. So I was 3 red at the end here. That's my glide slope deviation. Okay, so I'm killing the thrust too early is the problem. And then I took a little I drifted a little bit. Yeah, I felt my wing dip. And then see, that's where I cut the throttles and I just plummet. That's what's going on there. Hey, we stayed down. The back wheel stayed down. I'm gonna call that good. Center line, not our best work. But for the most part, I'm happy with that. Just needed to get a couple landings under our belt. I do kind of like this approach, coming through the mountains like that. I just want to watch the gear come down. Yeah, I ended up dumping the gear out pretty damn far away. This far? I guess that's alright. See, there's this big delay between when I put the gear down. I heard him, but I don't see him. What a beaut. All right, here's a window view. Ace Ventura head out the window view, I should say. Let's see how rough this felt. Ooh. Level. Honk. Hey. We'll take that. We will take it. All right, well, that was fun. I think we've redeemed ourselves. Thank you, Santa. I appreciate that. I have no further comment on your comment because I'm a nice guy. But yeah, we were down in one piece. I think the only thing it didn't like was the glide slope deviation, which is bad. Don't get me wrong. That's, you know, I'm not. We have approach speed caution, but you know, I was visual. I had to get down under that glide slope. There are birds. That's what I'm gonna put in the report. That's what I'm gonna put in the old report. Yeah, sweet. Oh, it got rid of all our stuff. But yeah, here we are in California, outside of LA, Ontario, San Bernardino Valley over there. LA is up over there somewhere. Or am I which way am I looking? No, wrong way. No, man, you're a professional. You fly like 10 feet off the ground in DCS without crashing. I'm nervous every time I watch. Helicopter flying already makes me nervous. And that's low. But oh, look at that beautiful Los Angeles, Arizona Bay. right? All right, well, cool. This was a successful stream. I think I'm gonna call it because I could actually do a. I could be like a good husband and do something. Yeah, exactly. DCS, you got to. You got missions. You got stuff to do. Yeah, thanks again, Santa, for joining today and chatting. Always a pleasure. And I think we did what this stream is for. We improved. So self-improvement through flight simulation. That's what I'm gonna brand this as. But that felt a lot better. I'll work on my glide slope deviating so that I don't deviate too much. But I hope to fly again next time soon. Let's see. I'll probably try and stream again sometime this week. Like I said, I'm sort of kicking it this week. It's been I'm very guilty this week. But I'll turn to some work this afternoon, I think. But yeah, thanks again, and anyone watching, smash that follow button. Thank you very much. I just want to say it's I am having a good time doing this instead of working. Well, not instead of working. Don't get me wrong. This isn't like a that makes it sound like I'm trying to accomplish something. No, I mean like I like playing instead of working, put it that way. So I'll be back again sometime soon. Enjoy some King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard on your way out.
Sometimes I think I wasn't cut out for this world.
Me too, Ambi. Me too.
Sometimes I just feel like just a scumbag to everyone.
Like I said, don't feel that way too often.
Yeah,
But
do my own thing.
yeah,
You're a scumbag, man.
thanks,
I do
Stu.
like eating the scraps.
But this,
You like chicken. I do like chicken.
I do like chicken, and I do like eating the
These ones without
scraps.
them
I'm a
chickens in
carcass
the
man,
sky.
like my buddy. Maybe we'll have chicken tonight. All right. Once again, Santa, anyone else watching, thank you so much, and we'll try and do better next time. Have a good weekend.
Be amongst the clouds, elevated, elevated.
He says on Wednesday.
Don't get too much up on the ground, elevated. Rats in the sky, liquid, urban cruise. My neck is bobbing like a bottle head from high-rise city view apartment. Rainbow, oil bottle, greasy sheet. Never been wild, never been that tame. Turn no compass, face the world. I'd rather be amongst the clouds, elevated, elevated in the sky. Don't get too much up on the ground, elevated, rats in the sky. I'm so goddamn filthy. He's filthy, yeah. And I've had a racist man trying to kill me. Kill me. Take my little hood out, set me free. I can join the other feathered rats at the bar. There's a garbage man with a scar on his heart. The money reasons got me thinking I went out so far apart, not so far. Bill rats in the sky, not so far apart. Skyborn rats don't lie. I'm making a detour by the mother meat, a little out to take a load off. The garbage man says where is everybody to? Oh, look out for that cat named Bruno.
Bread crusts are my banquet, puddles of my wine. A revel in the present, each moment.